Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We've got quorum. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm just going to remind everybody, welcome to, this is meeting number 9 of the Government Management Committee. I want to welcome everybody back. I hope everybody had a relaxing holiday and a happy new year. And I just want to remind everybody the meeting updates can be found on the screen on the back of the room and also www.toronto.ca/council. So we'll start with the agenda. Does anybody have any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our last meeting on November 9th, 2015? Councillor Grimes, all in favor? Carried. Speakers and presentations are on the green sheet. Mr. Miroslav Glavic has removed himself from number 13 and number 14 on the speakers list. Communications and reports, we don't have any. So we're just going to move through the agenda. So item number 1, Eglinton Square Branch Library, designation of a portion of the premises as the municipal capital facility. Moved by Councillor Grimes. All in favor? Carried. GM 9.2, 123 Rexdale Boulevard, Northern Elms Branch Library, designation of a portion of the premises as the municipal capital facility.
Move adoption.
Councillor Davis is moving adoption. All in favor? Number 4, redevelopment of the St. Lawrence Market North status update. Councillor McConnell is moving adoption. All in favor? Carried. GM 9.5 is the Union Station proposed building enhancement. Staff have a short presentation they're going to do on this after we go through the agenda, so I'm going to hold that.
Oh, I had that already this morning.
Number 6, below market rent.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Ford?
Presentation on 4. Okay. Can I hold 5?
Number 5, we're having a presentation on it.
4.
You want to hold 4?
Okay.
We voted and approved it.
Hold on. Councillor Grimes is saying there's a presentation on 4.
There's a presentation on 5.
Okay. I'd like to ask some questions on 4.
Okay. So we'd have to have a motion to reopen it.
I just have just a couple of questions. We're
Okay.
going through this quick.
So motion to approve, reopen number 4. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that carries. 3 to 2.
Sorry, buddy.
Okay.
Ford's holding 4.
Yep.
And I think you missed number 3.
Sorry.
You missed number
Oh, sorry, did I miss 3? Sorry. Transfer of number 3, going back to 3. Transfer of additional property interests at 497 Richmond Street West to build Toronto. Anybody? All in favor? Carried. Number 3 is carried. Number 6, below market rent lease extension agreement with the Regent Park Focus Youth Media Arts Center at 38 to 40 Regent Street in Ward 428. Councillor McConnell is moving number 6. All in favor? Carried. Number 7, renewal of the below market rent lease agreement with Flemo City Media at 29 St. Dennis Drive in
Move
Ward
adoption.
26. Councillor Davis is moving adoption of number 7. All in favor? All in favor? Carried.
All opposed?
Number 8, impact of the social assistance management system
I'd like-
known as SAMS,
I'd like to hold.
implementation in Toronto.
I'd like to hold.
Councillor McConnell would like to hold number 8.
That was Davis.
Number 9, acquisition of 592 and 598 Gerrard Street East in Ward 30. Okay, Councillor McConnell is holding number 9. Number 10, acquisition of 838 Broadview Avenue in Ward 29.
Chairman, the local councillors here would like to defer that to next day, but I think there's a speaker here to speak on it. If they'd like to speak, the local council would love them to have speak. If not, she'd like to defer to the next day in order to have a public consultation meeting in her ward.
Okay. Is there Robin Buxton here? Ms. Robin Buxton? Ms. Robin Buxton going 3 times? Seeing none?
I'd move deferral to next day, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. Okay, all in favor of deferral until the next meeting? Carried. Number 11, development of a work plan for the 2016-2018 for the French Language Advisory Committee. Councillor Davis, you're holding it?
I'll move adoption.
Moving adoption. All in favor of adopting number 11? Carried. Number 12, personalized.to web address.
Hold for speakers.
Is there a speaker on that? Okay. And, sorry, I'm missing page number 2. Thank you. Page number 2 of my notes. Number 13, City's Open Data Program. I'm going to move, Councillor Grimes is moving adoption. All in favor? Nope. The speaker removed himself earlier. Councillor Nunziata on the next 2. Number 14, creation of a civic hall.
I'd like to hold.
Councillor Davis is holding. Number 15, departmental efficiency review system.
Hold.
Councillor Davis is holding number 15. Number 16, annual update on OMERS as it relates to the city's employer contributions. Moved by Councillor Grimes. All in favor of number 16? Carried. Okay. Okay, so we have we're going to deal with item number 4 first. Councillor Ford, you held that transfer of additional property interest in 497 Richmond Street West to build Toronto. Oh, sorry, number 4, redevelopment of the St. Lawrence Market North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The status report makes mention of the $91 million approved, but it also says that we can't get a cost confirmation until we have a confirmed start date. I don't understand how can you nail a cost down if you don't have a cost for the start date? I'm a little confused here.
So through the chair, I'll just answer and then I'll turn it over to one of the guys on the technical side of the actual work that's been done by the archaeologists. So just to give everybody a good feel, we have 3 phases here. Phase 1 was the temporary market, which we've done in June. Phase 2 is the archaeological work that's been done plus demolition. And phase 3 would be the new permanent market, where we're doing the work on the archaeology side. And the important part here is because the work that's required, it's been approved by the ministry now, and we have to actually be very clear and follow the ministry requirements. It will take about 6 to 12 months. And so we're not going to get a firm price from anyone at this point in time, but what we are doing with the consultant, the architect, is trying to make sure that we're within the budget. The budget is 91.5 to your point, and that we will be doing before we demolish the building. But what we will not have, which is what we've stated before in our reports, is a firm price point coming from the market on a tender because of the work that we have to do on this particular stage 4 of the archaeology work, and that requires demolition at this point.
So this is just basically to demolish the building. You're saying that this is a budget figure, $91 million.
Correct.
But this could be a lot more.
The intent, or it could be less, depending on what happens. So I guess the important part here is we have, obviously we do have risk here, but we also could be having a budget that comes at our price point that comes in less. The archaeological work that's being done will take the 6 to 12 months. We can't get any contractor to hold a tender for 6 to 12 months. What we do want to do is get confirmation from our architect, the consultant, to make sure that they're within our budget parameters, which is what we're doing right now, before we demolish this building. That's what we can do at this point in time. We'll be coming back to council with the actual tender price. We have to get it approved anyway once we're going to be doing the permanent building. So they will be coming back here, and that will decision council will make.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Councillor McConnell, questions of staff?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with a couple of those questions. So the first thing is that we are required to demolish by the provincial government in order for us to conduct the archaeological stage 4. Is that correct?
You're correct, yes.
Right. So normally, we would have demolished and gone out with tender basically at the same time. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
All right, and so at this point in time, if we hadn't had to do the stage 4 and the provincial requirement, we would be here basically with tender for demolition and for reconstruction, is that right?
That is correct, and that was part of our original report in 15, correct.
So we also have, so the confirmation of the 91 million, we also have an agreement with the architect, do we not? That he's required to stay within budget, is that right?
Correct, that's correct.
So if for any reason the tender comes in at, let's say, $97 million, the architect and our staff are required to bring it down to 91, is that right?
That's correct.
So 91 is the ceiling, not the basement, is that right?
Correct.
All right. So all we're asking for right now is to proceed with what the provincial government has required us to do.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just wondered if, just briefly, you would tell our members of the committee and the public what we found when we did the stage 1, stage 2, and what the value of those findings are.
So I'm going to ask Pat Corrosi to actually just give us a description of the detail.
Thank you. Sure. Hi, Pat.
We found in the stage 2, 3 archaeological site investigation remnants of the very first permanent market building that was constructed on this site that dates back to 1831. Very significant finding for the history of this city. That original market building also served as the town hall for the day and later became the first city hall for the city of Toronto. So we consider this to be a very worthwhile endeavor and something that will enrich our history and our records.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McConnell. Other questions of staff? None? Speakers? Councillor Ford, you held this item. Did you want to speak first or
No,
want to
I'm
speak?
fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McConnell, do you want to speak? Okay, Councillor McConnell is moving the recommendations on number 4, redevelopment of the St. Lawrence Market North. All in favor? Carried?
I'm
Sorry,
opposed.
Opposed?
Yeah.
And do you want to be noted as opposed, or
It's fine, if you want to take a recorded vote, yes, it's whatever you want, Mr. Chair. I
it's
just
up to you?
want-
Do you want to record a vote?
Record in the negative, please.
Okay, can you record Councillor Ford in the negative? You need to record a vote? Okay, all in favor? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Grimes, opposed? Councillor Ford. So that passes. Okay, now we're on to item number 5, Union Station proposed building enhancements. And Joe Cicioli, the Chief Corporate Officer, is going to introduce the two presenters, Mr. Brad Keast, Vice President, Osmington Incorporated, and Mr. Dennis Gervais, Principal at GH+A.
So,
got that right.
thank you. Thank you through the chair. I'll introduce the presenters. The city staff has been working with Osmington for quite a few years, since 2009, when we actually did the deal with Osmington, to look at the potential of a retail, commercial, and obviously cultural activities within the actual Union Station, and to create a destination for Union Station as a key one for the city. City staff in the last year have been working with Osmington on the final design of Union Station, which has increased enhancements from the original start of 2009. And it's important that we bring it to the table here to make sure that that this particular committee understands where we're taking this, and it's important that we move forward. I think the one thing I do want to make sure is that, and it says this on the report on page 1, which we'll talk about the report after, but the proposed enhancements do not require the city to use its own capital funding, and presents no risk to revenues that the city would receive in absence of these enhancements. It's important to note that as we're going through this, and I think it's important to also give Osmington the time to review their specific enhancements. Now, we do have people here from Osmington, Brad Keese, who's the Vice President of Development, and we also have Designer-GH+A, Principal of GH+A Retail Consultant. So I'm going to turn it over to the gentleman, and we'll let you guys take us through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to thank you for having us, Mr. Chair and committee. We are going to take you through some visioning, overall visioning of what we've done, the work that we've done with city staff, and talk about how things have changed both in the area as well as just thinking in the retail environment in general, and how we'd like to make some amendments to the initial plan, which we think will provide both, it gives it a better environment, and we've also found ways to actually increase the retail square footage, so ways to help both financially as well. The revitalization, as you know, has been underway for some time, and it is quite it's quite an impressive project that's happening. Much of it is behind the hoarding, of course, but this has been a very interesting, complex dig down project. It's one of the most complicated projects in North America from an engineering standpoint, and all this has happened while the building has maintained full operation of the transit function. And just a reminder that it's by far and away the busiest building in Canada. Currently there's about 71 million users per year that go through the building. And so it's been quite an interesting dance on the construction side to keep the operations running smoothly. Us at Osmington, we were awarded the RFP to be your partner in the redevelopment of this as stewards for the retail piece, all the special events and programming and advertising, and most recently, because of the work that we have been doing, we've discovered that there is a new revenue stream that is possible to us, and that is the sponsorship side, which is very interesting. The location of Union, it's in around the station. It's been quite a massive change over the last nearly 100 years, but it has always been a major focal point for the city. Historic image there that you can see on the left, when the building was first built, opened in 1927, and on the right, 2012. From the time that the head lease was signed in 2009, there's been millions of square feet of commercial and office activity that either built or proposed in the development pipeline, and tens of thousands of condominiums nearby. The condominiums provide a huge opportunity, we think. There's a new community that is emerging right around Union Station, and we think that there is an opportunity to provide a real community amenity for these folks. Looking at the history of the building, the importance of it, as you know, Parks Canada has put a heritage easement over the site, and that requires Parks Canada approval for any sort of heritage iterations. And in their mind, it is the second most important building historically in Canada next to the Parliament buildings. It's far and away the greatest example of Beaux-Arts architecture in the country. But what we think is even more interesting is just what the building stood for at the time when it was built in 1927. And it was the major station on the line that actually brought BC into Confederation. So the history of it it's amazing. The number of immigrants that have landed in Canada through this building. The reason that the Royal York was even built is because of this building. The number of people that went off to war through this building is incredible. So we think that we need to honor the spirit of what this was, and we think that a city-owned building in the center of Toronto has an opportunity to be something more than merely a transit hub. It will always be subservient to the transit and the heritage functions that it has, but we think that there is an opportunity to marry both the commerce and culture side of things to make this a great space. And we see it as an important civic space, gathering space for not only the local residents and office workers, but anyone that comes into Toronto before events, before games. It has huge opportunities. So what we did was, once we had scoped our vision, we went and we found a team that could help us realize this. So we went, surveyed the market. We brought in a boutique leasing firm called Bole that are very experienced in unique buildings. Brought in Denis here and his crew from GH+A, experienced retail designers from Montreal. We brought in Partisans, which is a local Toronto upstart architecture firm that is recently been getting quite a lot of acclaim on the world stage. We're using Dialogue, will be executive architects, and then more recently we brought in a group called our ANC, who has helped go to the market and find sponsorship revenue that's potential for this. On the culture side, we really want to have a wide gamut of things from art, such as Nuit Blanche and Contact, which we've hosted this year and in previous years. On the performance side, we've been talking to major institutions such as TSO, Luminato, the ballet. We're trying to understand what they need to operate in a space like this. On the community side of events, we hosted Union Summer this year. So July, August, and September saw the front of Union Station animated with about 30 food vendors. We had daily entertainment with music. We had a weekly farmers market that had been displaced from this building actually because of Pan Am. So we hosted them and they loved it. We had TIFF come down and do a screening. And then more recently this winter, we hosted the holiday market. We did this last year. It was inside the Great Hall last year, but because to make way for the revitalization in the Great Hall, we had, in about 3 weeks, we changed plans and we came outside and we built a tent and it was, again, a success. The success of it, we've shown that we can create a destination out of Union. So we know the commuters are there for 4 hours a day. There's another 20 hours a day that we can animate this site and actually make it a great spot for Torontonians, both from a cultural side and for all their tenants to be successful. On the retail side, we now believe that we'll probably be in the area of about 60% of the space will be food retail. And that's everything from traditional food court type tenants. McCafe just opened. It's the first standalone McCafe in North America. We'll have a food market, fresh food market, which will be a real lifeline within the station. It will be a focal point. It's going to be hybrid similar to St. Lawrence, but it won't be directly competitive to it. There's all the condos right there and people hopping on and off the trains. The hours will be a little bit different. And instead of going to one large national tenant to operate it, to make it feel like a market, we're going to the best of Toronto to have the best butcher, fishmonger, bakery, spice guy, produce, et cetera, come in and operate a very vibrant market. Staying within the food, we'll also have casual dining as well as a high-end dining, and we'll have a feature restaurant within the Great Hall. To speak a little more about just how things have changed from 2009 to 2016, I'll let Denis speak a little bit on changes that we've made both to the plans and the programming.
Thank you for this opportunity of talking to you and presenting a few ideas of, my challenge was how do we talk about 2 years of study and planning in 3 minutes? So we did a quick little capsule of the thoughts and planning. Just as a quick comment about who GH+A is, we've worked on many of the downtown Toronto projects, just close by the Toronto Eaton Centre, the Urban Eatery, the Richmond Adelaide, the Summerhill boutiques. On the right is the water park place just opened up a few months ago. So So the challenge was making the Union Station, from a retail perspective, a destination. And the planning originally was done in 2008, and these are the drawings were given, which is where retail was 8 years ago. And anyone, I'm sure you are all aware of how the changes in how we buy and why we buy, and the technology has changed considerably. So we had to look at this from a retail perspective. And just as a quick graphic to explain the challenge is that it was conceived to be a mall. It was 700 linear feet of corridors with stores. It was a shopping center, a typical shopping center, which is, in these days, are having challenges. So we had to rethink of the overall plan without changing the direct traffic pattern, obviously, because the prime purpose of the building is servicing the transportation hub. So the red lines are to be kept, and the pink graphic area shows more the shopping circulation. The new concept, working with Boulay and Dialogue and ourselves and Partisans, and obviously with Osmington, created a whole different idea of what the spaces could be. Again, keeping the traffic pattern as is, but creating a series of experiences, a series of rooms or districts, exploring the space, creating larger perspectives or perception of public realm, while maintaining and actually increasing this leasable area. So it's a little kind of a design trick. Maybe you can think of any great buildings that existed in which the retailers moved into the building. So you feel like the Lawrence Market, this great urban space, a lot of it is actually leased. So it's kind of creating that realization of exploration. This allows a lot of more of social communication and interaction. That is where retailing has to go today. It's about the experience. It's about making shopping fun, that you want to go there because it's not just about buying something, it's about enjoying, it's about meeting your friends or family, it's about exploration, it's about education. This sense of grand spaces and very little storefronts, very open, very interactive, and working, as Brad said, with the best of the best local retailers will create this amazing experience. Now, to give you a quick tease, because this has not been officially launched, but this is the food court aspect. We have 480 seats sitting into this space. It's relatively low, so we had to design it to make it look much more interesting and vast. And it's not at all reminiscent of any shopping center, food hall, or food court that we've worked on at all. It has completely different because we needed to be void of shopping center. This is one view of a 35,000 square foot market space that is in the dig down underneath the tracks. And again, quite unique. We wanted to make sure that the design expressed a vibrancy and a sense of design. That's why Partisans was brought in, of elevating the architectural statement to something quite unique that reflects the caliber of the building, yet totally new, because there is no heritage, obviously, to the dig down.
Thank you, gentlemen. So what we usually do is, here is we have the presentation. Councilors can each ask you questions for up to 5 minutes, and then we're going to have a staff component where councilors can ask questions from staff for up to 5 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? And then any financial questions about financial details or anything like that, we might have to go in camera. Councilor Grimes, I saw your hand first. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned Parks Canada. They put a blanket. What was your wording? You said Parks Canada?
There's a heritage easement. So when the city purchased the building in 2000, one of the conditions was Parks Canada had as a heritage easement over the entire site.
Why Parks Canada?
Because I wasn't there. My estimation would be because they understand that it's such an important building nationally. And so it's part of the process that we've worked in with staff, and I
That's
believe...
what Parks Canada does. I didn't work
Yeah,
building, so
it
didn't
was
know they...
new to myself
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, well, looking at your precinct plan, fabulous. I can feel it already. I see it kind of in the lanes we have already. How do we plan on, notwithstanding the people that are going to live in the area and people who may live downtown, how do we market this thing to let people know that that's in this building? How do we let people know that as soon as you walk through those doors, it's going to be amazing? How do we market that? I have guests come from the U.S. all the time, and they go through the lanes that we have here, our underground city. They're blown away it's even there. They really don't know it's there. How do we plan on marketing this to, I guess, to the world?
So a lot of it will be through the programming and the tenants that we select. So, for instance, the McCafe that just opened. McCafe, and so McDonald's had a huge marketing team behind this. They had, in a few days, they had a neighborhood of 100 million impressions, media impressions. So people across the country knew that there was this new McCafe. They knew it was in Union Station. Just from the things that we've done in the last year in terms of the events that we've hosted, we've leveraged off a lot of the people that do the events, they're doing their marketing, as well as we've started noticing, even after 2 events, CBC Radio, or Radio Canada, so French CBC came to us saying, look, we've noticed something is different. What's changing? Union seems to be changing what's going on. And so we think that if we're doing the programming correctly, that people will start talking about it. And word of mouth is much more valuable than just paid advertising. And I think it's a lot longer lasting, and it's more grassroots, and it holds a lot more. So that has been, for a while, our thinking. And we recently brought on someone who's an expert in communications, who's just sitting behind me. And so she'll help evolve our thinking beyond that as well. But there's a lot of potential.
Are we talking to Tourism Toronto?
Yes, we are. There's actually tourism, it's on a different level. Tourism Toronto and the Ministry of Tourism, they are co-located in a space in the west end of the West Wing. So right before you go to the Skywalk, there's a tourism space in there. And so we have ongoing dialogue with them constantly.
Great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Grimes. Councillor Davis, I saw your hand next.
I wanted to ask, focus on a couple of areas, and apologize if I have not got things correct. I haven't actually focused a whole lot on Union Station in the last couple of years in detail, but now that I'm on the committee. So this proposal will amend the original head lease. Can you remind me in the original head lease how the public space and access to Union Station as a public space was addressed? Because at the beginning there was concern about, this becoming a private retail space and not having the same kind of public access. Can you remind me about the terms around
I have
that?
to double check in terms of the addressing of the public pieces, but the public corridors, so anything that's not tenant space, my understanding would be it's public access anytime the building is open.
Okay.
There will be times when we do certain events that may close off certain public areas. So if it is for some sort of cultural event, music performance, potentially a charity gala or function, maybe we think there's an opportunity people may want to have weddings there, but we would never close off the entire building, and we would never completely close off.
We're looking at potentially weddings there?
In the past, there has been wedding photography that has taken place, and so that's one example that we've contemplated.
I'll ask staff more about how frequently. I recall there were numbers there about how frequently it could be used for those kinds of purposes, but I can't remember. I want to just ask about the business deal that's here and the sponsorship that's being assumed and the additional percentage rent, or what it's called, percentage rent. Can you explain to me what is percentage rent and how where your numbers are in terms, is there somewhere else where we can get those numbers, or should we do them in camera?
Yeah. I can,
Or three, the percentage rent, we can discuss more in detail when you do the questions to staff.
Because you're assuming that we will make more money just from the additional revenue itself, plus additional revenue from the percentage rent, which I understand is a percentage that the actual tenants pay of their retail profits.
well, there's three main pieces at play here, I think. One is the base rent, which is, so when the tenant comes in, they sign a lease for X dollars per
Yep.
square foot. We've increased the total gross leasable area here by about 11,000 square
Right.
feet. And areas where we've actually, so we created a food court, which is in the bottom left of the precinct plan. So compare that to what was in the bottom left here. So although there's less square footage, it's much higher rental rates because it's gone from non-food court to food court. Food court generally pays more. And there are other areas, the Go concourses, for instance, originally did not have tenant spaces, and now we've added space in there. We've added a mezzanine to a restaurant that'll be in the Great Hall.
Sorry,
And-
a mezzanine?
Yeah, so in the Great Hall.
Yes.
We're proposing a restaurant on the north ticket counters right now. So right now, there is a Go ticketing, so they've moved elsewhere. There was a Lotto shop, et cetera. So we're looking at doing a restaurant there, and we'll also have a mezzanine over top of that, so that people can sit there, you can look out over the Great Hall, people watch. We think it'll be a really active space.
It's an existing space within the
Yeah.
historic building. It's-
And then also in the top left here, without getting into too many detail, there is an area where we've found other space that we can make for a restaurant. So there's about 11,000 additional square feet for base rent. The additional rent, percentage rent is if a tenant gets more than a baseline of sales that's predetermined with them, then they kick into percentage rent. So they then have to pay additional rent above and beyond their base rent. The idea being, if the landlord does a great job of making the tenant successful, then we should both share in that success. So that's the concept there. And in terms of the sponsorship, it's something that we'd never really considered before, but based on the visioning that we did, and we've gone to the market, we went to all 5 major banks. All 5 banks were interested. We ran a lengthy process, and we just announced that TD.
Could you just explain what the sponsorship is and what it involves and how much branding is expected?
So those are still details being negotiated with them in terms, but it means the sponsor would be the only financial institution with ATMs and a branch in the station. And they're also bringing with them, it would be funds to help activate. So for instance, last summer for Union Summer, we had a music stage and performers. We can get additional monies from the sponsor to provide a better stage for the musicians, better tech, have it covered so that they can play when it's raining a little bit, and have access to, so for instance, TD, they have a very strong music component, then we'll have access to TD Jazz Fest type artists. And so there's a lot of synergies that play in well, and their alignment with the vision is very strong.
With regards to the sponsorship, it's not a naming, is it?
No, it's not a naming sponsorship, no.
Right. So it's a sponsorship to allow them sole access as a financial institute. So only the TD Bank would be permitted to be a banking institution within the station. Is that right?
Correct.
And then in addition to that, they would sponsor a number of the performance pieces that would be presented either outside in perhaps the the moat or in the Great Hall, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And they wouldn't be wrapping anything or big signs somewhere that say TD?
No, they'll have,
This is the TD station or anything weird like that?
correct, no, it won't be a naming of the station. They will have advertising, like on the columns and the
Yeah.
vinyl, similar to any other advertiser does now.
Yeah.
But no, not outside, sorry. On the Go concourse, now,
Yes.
there are digital LED wraps around, there's
Correct.
6 columns that are there.
Yeah.
And so there's advertisers pay to advertise there.
Yes.
And so TD will be the only financial institution permitted to advertise.
Right.
Sort of an exclusivity.
Yes, so those were already there.
Correct.
Those were there. And others can bid to get their ads in, but not if they're the Royal Bank.
Correct.
For example.
Yes.
Okay. And the additional space that you have put out is not and doesn't impinge the public Great Hall. The Great Hall will continue to be like Grand Central Station, the big public space, is that right?
Yes.
And you will be animating it with public performances by the symphony or whatever?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McConnell. Other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Just clarification on the question that Councillor had asked. If the tenant pays base rent, and if the tenant exceeds the revenue, so how do you monitor that on a tenant? How does the landlord monitor that?
Tenants are required to-
The excess in revenue, I mean, a tenant could easily not give you the correct figures, right? So how is that
So
monitored?
there's a vetting process that we do with every tenant. And so tenants are required to report sales. And so if they're using a standard cash register program, and then it's,
So they have to submit in all their receipts?
yes.
Oh. And so they're aware of that? Because I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that.
So it's standard practice for a lot of the larger landlords, and the major tenants are.
Oh, is
used
it?
to this.
I've never heard of that. Okay.
And in today's world, the amount of cash transactions getting less and less and less. It's all documented.
So all the tenants would be on that, right?
Yes.
Even the McDonald's?
Yes.
Oh, okay. The food court, will that be open 7 days a week and during
Yes.
the hockey games? And because the Air Canada, I mean, there's a connection to the Air Canada and Union Station. So is there any partnership there where we could, during a hockey game or any events at the Air Canada Centre, that we could market the Union Station as
Yeah.
far as,
Yes, well,
court?
so there's a direct connection, which is the, sort of the bottom right arrow between the yellow and the green. That arrow is the direct connection into ACC. And so a lot of people are coming either from TTC or from the downtown core, and they'll be going right past there. And so they'll be going right past a number of food vendors there with the market, and it's just a short hop to the food court. There will be digital screens in the food court as well, so there's possibilities to help animate that, and absolutely, the plan is to have this open 7 days a week.
probably be a lot cheaper to eat there than at the Air Canada Centre, right?
Probably. So make sure you grab a,
Just as comment,
I mean, there'll be
Just-
beers and,
just as a comment, the design of the food court was not, it was to cater to the residential component that is their extension living room, because a lot of the 10,000 condos are very small. So this is going to be a great hangout place on Saturdays and Sundays and evenings beyond the rush hour of commuter traffic. So that was, the design was a very comfortable, great hangout space, as opposed to most food courts, it's about moving them through.
Can you explain the Best of Toronto?
so the idea, actually, I believe the concept originally came from Councillor McConnell. The idea is that there's some really, really great independent food and retail operators in Toronto. And can we provide an outpost for these businesses in Union so that if you come down to Union Station, you can see the best of these retailers instead of having to, all in one go, instead of having to go to College and Ossington and Scarborough and North York, and it's everything condensed. It's not to be competitive with them, but it'd be a second outpost. We're finding proven operators that can operate. This is because of the volume in here. There's a lot of operators that they need to. It's a difficult environment just because of the sheer amount of volume and the logistics of it. But so we've been surveying the market. We've gone and targeted some of the best operators and getting them interested in here, and it's been, the uptake has been encouraging.
Just one last question. Some of the tenants that were there previously, before we started the renovations, are they coming back?
Some will, and some will not. And so our leasing team has been in discussions with, I think, all of them. And so based on fitting in with the vision and just their appetite and their projected sales, we're making on a case-by-case decision on all the spaces. So some will be there, but not all.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, did you have questions? You're good? No? Okay. I just had a few. First, so I wanted to ask about, I go through Union Station twice a day, 5 days a week, sometimes on weekends now. One of the things that I hear people more often than not talking about, they think it's great, but they're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. And I wanted to ask about signage. And, Metrolinx has signage up.
There is that is a hot topic. Yes. There is a group with city staff, Metrolinx, Canderel, who will be the property manager for the retail on our behalf, as well as Entro and Via have been all working together to come up with what sort of a cleaner version for the interim during construction. The initial signage package was done as a final condition. And again, it was from plan, so there are things that need to be amended, and they're recognizing that, and so that is underway. I believe Q1, we should see a cleaned up version that is easier to follow and makes a lot more sense.
Okay, which leads into my next question and looking at this chart. So the bottom of that would be the Air Canada Centre, and the top part would be Front Street?
Correct.
So when I go into the west wing now, or the west area, so what you're going to be constructing in the east wing isn't going to be a mirror image of the west end?
No, and so the Front Street level is not on this plan. There's another level to the plan.
Yep.
But no, it won't be a direct mirror image. We're still figuring out the leasing on the east side, but we have been talking. There's a lot of possibilities there. We've been talking about that could be a fine dining piece. There is opportunity potentially to connect a tenant space with either below or with up above at some point. So that's one of the later pieces coming on, probably the last piece in terms of the phasing. So we've been focusing mainly on the tenants that will be coming in the next couple of years first.
Okay. And then, so in the report, it mentions one of the increases in revenue that's being expected is there's an increase in, I think it was 11,000 square feet of retail and commercial space.
Correct.
And that's rethinking this plan that was on a previous slide in 2008. You're using the same overall floor space, but redesigning it, so you're getting an additional 11,000
Correct.
square feet of space.
So we've added space on the Go concourses. So initially there was no tenant spaces there. So we've added some retail tenants on the Go concourses, possibility in the VIA concourse. And then also in the top left corner of this plan versus the other one, there is an area where we think that we'll be able to get another few thousand square feet for a larger restaurant, and then the mezzanine as well in the Great Hall.
Okay. And then I guess the tie-in I wanted to ask about with the V as well, because I get a lot of people, they look at the West Wing as it's, coming to life and what's happening in the East Wing, and then they go down the ramp into the Via Concourse. And when I was a kid, there used to be restaurants down there, and then there's the corridor on each side where there's nothing, there's windows of what, I guess at one time there were stores or office space. Is that our controllable space, or is that Via's?
So I believe that is, the city owns that space. The vitrines, I know, staff has been working with the Heritage Interpretation Plan and opportunities to activate those. Within the concourse itself, again, it's city-owned space. VIA has a lease with the city, but there is opportunity to do, we believe, for 2 or 3 tenants on that concourse as well.
Yeah, because I've been to, like this past summer, I was at the Grand Central Terminal.
Right.
And I did a tour. There's an architectural historical society. They give you a tour of the building, the terminal. And, they use almost every square inch of either retail or commercial or
Right.
pedestrian use. But, you look at Union Station right down the middle, and it's everything going on around it. And it's, dead space at this point.
Right. So, well, it's time of day as well, I believe, Mr. Chair. The Thanksgiving, Christmas rush, there's lineups for awaiting the VIA trains, or from the south end of the concourse up through the Great Hall almost into the West Wing.
Yep.
And so it is built to manage the peaks.
Yep.
For sure, but there is opportunities, I think, in the off peaks to do things there.
Okay, and then just my last question, so the columns, the advertising columns that are in the East Wing now, you explained those, so we would be looking at a similar type of advertising mechanism in the east side when it's done?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't find those too intrusive. Have you had many complaints about them, or?
I don't think I haven't heard any complaints, actually.
Okay, all right, thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it. So now we are gonna move to questions of staff. Councillor Davis? Do you have questions of staff? You
Well,
were
I
the
wanted
first
to
one.
understand the numbers because they're not really here.
Okay,
And there wasn't a purple sheet that gave us,
so depending on
is
your
the-
numbers, we might
well,
have.
what were the projected revenues from the 11,000 square feet, the projected revenues from the sponsorship, showing us what we will pay back over time and so on?
We have estimates from the head lessee, Osmington, as to what they think their new revenues will be, and we have calculations of our payback. But all of this is projections at this point. Without the enhancements, we don't think that we're going to get the sponsorship that Osmington has been talking about here today. But if you have specific questions, we'll have to go in camera to talk about those.
I'm just wondering if it might be more efficient for you to just provide maybe a supplementary confidential
Either way, the
addendum to
committee,
council.
either way the committee would like to deal with it, I'm fine with.
Yeah, I'm happy if between now and council, there's an additional
Okay.
supplementary report that has the numbers. 'Cause I really do want to understand, this projects, now I understand we've hired, experts to tell us what the projected numbers are, and we have to assume that the additional revenue from both the expansion and the new format and the percentage revenues from the tenants are all going to be there, but we are foregoing a significant portion of our revenue for a period of time and I understand they're taking on the construction costs, but I would like to see a summary of that shows over time what the business model is essentially.
Right, so I just want to clarify that we're not foregoing revenues if the revenues do not come in. if you don't do the enhancements, you're not going to get the sponsor.
No, I understand that.
So there is no revenue to forgo. We've never forecast these revenues in any of our modeling.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
There's also the portion that is the heritage restoration that's in our budget.
Sorry, Councillor Davis, can't hear you.
There's also the portion that is the heritage restoration that's in our budget. I assume that's still adequate to cover the costs. And there's also the question of interest. I don't understand what that interest cost will be. We're supposed to pay interest as well. So I don't care if there's a... I just... Okay, I'm finished my questions. I am. I don't need to go on camera. It occurred to me the most efficient thing would be just to get a couple-page supplementary report on purple paper for council. So I don't know whether you need a motion to that effect or to direct staff.
Can we take that as direction?
Yeah, no, it's okay. So I just wanted to clarify, because Councillor Davis said something about interest. There is no additional interest being anticipated or any interest anticipated in this report. Does staff want to address that? I
Through you,
think that's
Mr. Chair,
confusion.
there actually is.
It's in
So
here. It's in here as interest.
yes,
I would have
so-
asked, but...
It's actually in the report.
Yes.
Because Osmington is putting up the full cost of capital, and there is a cost of capital for Osmington.
Oh, I see, yes, that interest, yes,
Yes,
okay. I
they
thought
are
you meant
charging
on the original.
notionally on our share, the prime interest rate.
Right,
But even with that, we anticipate between 4 and 6 years that our share, our notional share of the cost, which is up to about $15 million, would be recovered between 4 to 6 years. And then after that, all the enhanced revenues we share in as per the regular terms, which is 50/50, and that we will be better off with this deal financially than
Okay.
the absence of this deal.
right. And there were some other scenarios that you had, but this is the best deal that you believe for us, right? And so this sponsorship that would come forward, a new amount of money, different than any of the other monies that were there, that sponsorship would allow for the capital improvements to all of the retail, the redevelopment or the reconfiguration of the retail, and the additional 11, was it 1,000, 1,100?
11,000.
11,000, sorry, 11,000 square feet addition, right?
Yes, that's correct. At no risk to the city, I would.
Right. So, we are not paying any part of those costs. Instead, the sponsorship is paying for that, right?
That's
And
correct.
normally, we would be paying for that on, is it a 60/40 or something like that? What's the,
So they went through about $32 million of building enhancements that were.
Yes.
That are contemplated, and there's a $5 million contingency. We went through each of the different pieces of that, and it came out, it's about 40% common space, 40% that
Yes.
Osmington would, 60% that Osmington would take.
Right.
So in the absence of this deal, we would have paid that. In this deal, we're not, Osmington is fronting that, charging us a prime rate of interest, and it'll be totally recovered through the additional revenues. And in fact, Osmington is so sure of those revenues, they are even guaranteeing that there will be full recovery. If there isn't full recovery within 15 years, it would be non-recoverable against us. So there's literally no risk to us.
there's no risk to us. So in other words, as I'm understanding it, we forego having to pay for our share of the 11,000 additional, the reconfiguration and the design enhancements, right?
Correct.
And as a result of that, we don't recover, we still recover all of the monies that we normally would recover, but we don't recover any of the additional monies that would be coming until the sponsorship money has been
That's
paid
correct,
off.
and
Is that
has-
correct?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
that's what I thought the deal was.
That's
So-
correct. And as has been said previously today, is in the absence of these investments, right now, we're not budgeting any sponsorship or any.
Correct, this is all new, yes.
So
Yeah.
it's all over and above our original revenue projection.
Right. Or with the absence of one of our members, we could call it the gravy. Okay, thank you. You don't have to answer.
Counselor Grimes, and then Counselor
Thank you,
Nunzio.
Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I just to go back to that Parks Canada, I'm not too sure why Parks Canada is overseeing
In
a little history lesson I
In
need.
terms of national heritage sites, Parks Canada oversees all of those types of things across the country, so it's normal. Normally, the city would handle heritage easements, but in this case, since the city can't police itself, Parks Canada is helping us out, making sure that we're undertaking heritage work in the appropriate manner. So that's been going on since the beginning of the revitalization of the station.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Nunziata, questions of staff?
Yeah, just, so on the report, supplementary report, so we have 3 recommendations today that you're asking us. Okay, so so recommendation 2, you're asking us for an additional $350,000, and recommendation 3, $150,000, as far as continuing real estate legal advice.
That's correct.
So, well, why do we have to increase that? For what reason? What was the original amount that we put in the budget for?
I'm sorry, I don't have the original amount with me.
Well, it's recommendation 2, you're asking for an additional $350,000.
Yes.
And recommendation 3, an additional $150,000. And to me, it sounds like we're doing the same thing in recommendation 2 and 3, and that's $500,000. And so what is it that we budgeted originally? Why are we asking for an additional $500,000?
So it's within the budget, what we're asking for. We just have to amend the contracts. That's what we're doing here. It's within our budget.
I'm sorry?
Through the chair, it's within our budget, and we're amending their contracts. So it's within our $800 million budget for the revitalization. We're just amending the contracts for these 2 organizations.
Yeah, so they're asking for additional money. So what was the original amount that they?
The original
But they
contract
asked
value,
for
we can get that for you, Counselor. I don't have it in my.
So that means that they're asking for $500,000 more than we originally, even though the money's in the budget.
Understood.
That's not the issue. The issue is if you
We've
get a
amended the-
quote for an amount and they ask for an additional $500,000,
think-
that means that, we're over budget.
There's been obviously changes within the revitalization project itself, so things have required adjustments as we're doing right now, but we can get you the original amount. If we don't have it here, I can bring it to you after.
Because I'd like to know what the original amount was, the original that they had proposed, and because $500,000 is a lot of money to be asking for additional funds for, even though we have the money in the budget. That's
Understood.
not the issue.
Understood.
Right.
We'll get you the amounts.
We've got it, Joseph.
Do you have it? Okay.
So for Davies Ward, it was originally $2.87 million, and for PWC, it was $3.5 million. The original contracts.
So, and they're all asking for additional money.
So you have to remember that the construction and the changes to the station are ongoing and much longer than we ever anticipated, and that's the reason that we are requiring these organizations to still help us through the process.
When we started this process, we were going to finish in 2015, 2016. We're actually going to finish in 2017, 2018. So, and those are original contracts that we had.
No, I know they're amending the contract, Councillor Davis, but this is where I have a problem with, is that we sign contracts, and then 2 years later, or a year later, they want more money. I mean, that's the
Counselor,
problem that I have.
Ask what they do.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Okay.
Ask them what
Okay.
they've done for the 3.8.
Okay, yeah, tell us what they do. I mean, because it seems like it's just providing continuing real estate legal advice. Well,
2 different things.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in terms of the...
Explain what they're doing
in
for
terms
that
the
amount of
work
money.
That's going into this. We're, in terms of all of the negotiations that we were dealing with Osmington, that's where they were aiding us in the negotiations. That's where some of these monies were spent. But we know that over the next few years, things are going to come up that we haven't thought of, that has to be addressed, where we're going to need third parties to give us a hand. So that's what we're doing here.
Sorry, Councilor Grimes, did you have another question, or that was to speak? Okay, all right, thank you. I think everybody asked their questions. Sorry, I just wanted to ask one bit of clarification. At the beginning of the presentation, they talked about 71 million people a year go through Union Station, which, when you break that on a daily basis, I see one of the signs that's always in Union Station is there more people go through Union Station on an average day than the busiest day at Pearson Airport. That's correct?
That's, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and as we're going forward with this, are there projection numbers for like when this is all going to be done in comparison of today's numbers, or?
Yes, Go Transit, we could provide the numbers along with that supplementary report, but Go Transit has done their projections out 20 years from now, and the numbers are incredible. It more than doubles what's going through Union Station. If we didn't do the work that we're doing at Union Station now, the station couldn't handle the flow. So you would actually be restricting how much the city could grow because you don't have the transportation infrastructure to allow for the flow.
Right. And at the same time as you're looking at increasing the numbers of transportation, Osmington, they talked about the growing neighborhoods. So you're talking about all those people that are going to go through Union Station, where you have a retail, commercial, food area that's going to cater to the growing population in the general area as well.
That's right. We see Union Station as an actual destination, not just a place to flow through. And I think that's where you'll see the south community, south of the railway tracks, where I think planning has indicated that approximately 30,000 people have moved into that area, but no infrastructure has been built for community type activities. So we think Union Station will become that space. I'll say at off hours, that's where you're going to see a big uptick in terms of activity at the station.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Caselli. Councillor Davis, you have another question? You want a second round?
If I could.
Does everybody want a second round? Councillor Davis?
So I forgot to ask the question about the public access issues in the original agreement.
Okay, so in terms of that, that's been, I'll say, protected all the way along, whereby the public spaces for transit we've worked with Osmington to be able to, I'll say, animate those spaces, but not necessarily take over those spaces. So the Great Hall, places like where people assemble in the via areas, those would all still have public access.
11,000 additional square feet. It is not going to take away from the capacity to handle additional growth in passengers.
Absolutely not. It's by us changing out the storefronts it went from, I'll say, non-rentable to rentable by changing the storefronts as per the enhancement.
And the mezzanine area is just currently
Mezzanine area
not
we don't use.
so that's simply
That was a new
underutilized
idea
space.
that came as the vision. You got to remember, at the time we were doing this, it was the middle of the recession. The United States was falling into their financial problems. So this was seen as a transportation hub and / a mall. Now it's seen as a destination. It could be the jewel of the downtown. So
There was one other, oh, I know, the last question. There are still up in the air are changes around what changes will be made on the track and as actually part of the transportation hub to accommodate smart track, and there's still discussion about RER, and we still don't really know what Union Station is going to require in terms of transit infrastructure. And I'm wondering if any of those decisions that are still outstanding related to Union Station as a transit hub are going to affect any of the square footage envisioned in this deal.
It should not, no.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so there is nothing in this plan that's going to impede the main purpose of Union Station, which is a transportation hub. We all get that.
Good, Councillor Davis. Anybody else want a second round of questions?
Just one question. When is this going to be over?
That one.
Forever's a long time, but end of 27, early 2018 is the intent, and that's what we put forward to council last year.
Okay, thank you. Speakers, I saw Councillor Grimes first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be moving the supplementary report. If you look at the second page of this presentation here, it says, "The dig down is one of North America's most complex feats in civil engineering." I would have to agree with that. Councilor Nunziata, if you had a chance to tour through the building, through the bowels of that building, I had a chance to do that with staff. Remarkable. And to see the drawings we didn't have dating back when you're finding hula hoop size infrastructure, the size, bigger than these pillars going through that we didn't know was there. So this has been a work in process. There's many partners involved in it. And it is going to keep changing. And in 2018, I think that's ambitious, what I've seen there. Hopefully it will be 2018, but this is a work in progress. We're finding things that we, as Mr. Casale said, we didn't know were going to be there, and I suspect we're going to find more. But I can tell you, and I'm not going to speak for Councillor McConnell, but I can tell you this is going to be the most exciting project I think any of us here have worked on, and I think for years to come. This will be the most exciting project that we will work on in years in this city. It's going to be phenomenal, and I'm so excited. I hope we are going to market it, because I have guests come to the United States. They don't know the path there, but let people know what's going to happen in there. I agree with all the local traffic that could be brought into that building, but I was by there around Christmas time, walking down the new street on Front Street, how it's all set up, and the carolers there in front of the building. Really remarkable. But I can tell you, it is a work in progress. It's hard to understand what's beneath that building, but I do want to thank staff for all their hard work on it, and it is a work in progress, but I will be moving the staff recommendations with thanks to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes. Councillor McConnell is next.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very pleased that this has come forward. It's been an exciting year, at least an exciting year for me to be part of these discussions and these designs. I think that council needs to recognize a couple of things. The first thing is that we're asking for $500,000 out of the budget, the already there budget, in order to protect the public interest. And, you know, these are nice guys, but these are business people. And on the other side of the table has to be equally as smart human beings. And we decided a long time ago that it would have taken up too much time of our own legal staff, and so we went to outside legal. And I think that was a very smart move because we don't have the expertise. We're not retailers. And so the expertise that we're asking for is just an extension of the legal contract and an extension of the retail contract, which allows us to make sure that all of those numbers are correct, that all of those people who are coming in are going to pay their rent, that this retail operator is giving us our best deal, and that we're all working together. And I think that it's a good, at the moment, we're all in the same boat. We're all rowing the same way. But I think that it's not bad to take $500,000 from our budget and make sure the public interest is protected. So that's the first thing, and that's the recommendations. The second thing is that this is going to be quite remarkable. The heritage component of this, not just the bones of the building, but actually the displays, the heritage interpretation, the Walks and Gardens Trust, the heritage of the soldiers coming to war, the heritage of immigrants coming, all of those things will be depicted within the heritage interpretation. The cultural aspect of it, being able to show the best of Toronto's cultural, whether it's TIFF or the symphony or the ballet, or just, some of our children's choirs, any of those sorts of things, where you could have kind of free performances that would be sponsored by a bank seems very good to me. And then the culinary experience, we have great restaurants in Toronto, and the notion of having their food available in this area, as well as having, a place where you would go to dinner for some special event, like an anniversary or something like that, and a place where you could even have, have your the beginning of your married life. Any of those sorts of things makes this place a really iconic building. And so the retail space that we have helps to augment that and I would say stabilize and solidify it. Because if you go to New York and you go to Grand Central Station, you don't just go to get on the train. You go anyway. You go to visit, you go to shop, you go to eat, you go to learn, and, if you happen to be going on a train, then you do that before or after. So I think that the exciting part to me is really bringing together that, along with a center for that community that's growing around there, the condominiums, but also a place where people who actively use GO, the subway, VIA, and perhaps in the future, Smart Track, can also stop off, get their groceries on their way home, get their supper on the way home, or get, the flowers for the family or the present for the special occasion. We have very busy people here, and so we have to make it very easy. And this kind of a central, iconic place says to me that we are proud of what we have as a city of Toronto. Across the world, we're known as a great city, but sometimes we forget that inside here. And I think this shows us at our best. And I'm really excited about the work that has gone on. And I think that once it's open, people will begin to understand what a great construction this was, right from the bones up. But at the end of the day, it's the dress that we want to look at. It's the beauty of the costume. It's the beauty of what it feels like to be there. And I think that this is going to be a place that Torontonians are going to be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Other speakers? Councillor Davis?
I won't move a motion because I think staff already have agreed to just bring forward a small confidential report that lays out in some kind of a format, the business deal here. I will be supporting the recommendations today, and the additional funds for additional consulting and legal services, I think, are necessary because we are actually asking to create a new lease or amend the existing lease, and that work will be necessary. So I have no problems with the recommendations that are before us. I did want, however, to make sure, and I was assured today, that the additional 11,000 square feet of retail space is not going to inhibit in any way the transportation functions of Union Station, because of course that is its primary purpose, and I was glad to hear it stated as emphatically as it was by our CFO. This is a spectacular building, and it does have the capacity to be used much more in terms of cultural programming, and I'm fully supportive of that. I'm also pleased to hear that we won't have branding all over the place. That, to me, as you know, I have for many years, questioned the corporatization of public space, and it worries me a bit, just as our subway stations have been wrapped, and our buses now completely wrapped, and our streetcars wrapped, and in advertising that we wouldn't see that kind of thing in such a spectacular heritage building. So I'm pleased to hear that's not part of this deal. Also, I trust that the heritage preservation consultants and our staff will make sure that all of the elements of this iconic building are preserved through this process, and that it is clearly more than a place to shop and clearly more than a place to go to restaurants. It is a beautiful heritage building in the city of Toronto that we own. And I agree with Councillor Grimes. This is a pretty spectacular engineering feat as well. And I too had the opportunity to go and see the dig down. And it is pretty remarkable. It worries me. I hope all those engineers are right and the whole thing is going to stay standing. I'm sure it will, but it's way down beneath the ground, and we're re-engineering basically the building. And so I trust it will be there for a very long time. Anyway, I look forward to the second report, and just finally, that it is a public space. And I know sometimes, and at the beginning, there was some concern about whether or not it will remain a public space. That sometimes when they get their uses transformed and there's a third party operating public space, you want to be reassured that anyone is welcome there, and that we don't have instances, as sometimes we've seen in the United States, of some people being barred from that kind of space. So it is our space, it is beautiful public space, and it should continue to be space for the people of Toronto. And I'll support the recommendations before us.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I will just briefly say I want to thank everybody involved. In particular, Richard Kovduk is sitting back there. I know that Richard's had many sleepless nights managing this construction project. It was quite something to, as you know, I think all of us have been there now, and you know, doing a dig under the train shed, reinforcing pillars, and while the trains were moving over them, and I don't think an alarm, to my knowledge, ever got set off. And, you know, it's quite a spectacular engineering feat to undertake. And I think if you go back to the 1920s, when this building was first erected, and if you said to the original architect, you know, you're going to build something that 100 years from now, 71 million people a year are going to go through, that architect probably would have been flabbergasted. And, you know, 10 years ago when we were looking at doing this and the whole concept of putting the retail under Union Station, I certainly wasn't excited about it. It was referred to as a mall. Many people certainly saw it as a mall. If you look at the plans going back to 2008, it looked like a mall. Malls were dying in this city, right across this country. I think now we have a very exciting retail concept. I'm in there almost every day, as I said, back and forth from Scarborough is the easiest way to get back and forth from Scarborough, and people are talking about it. They're, you know, one of the reasons I asked about the signage earlier is one of the reasons people are talking about it is not only is when is it going to be done, but you know what's going in here. I've been to Grand Central Terminal the past couple of years for visits. And you walk through Grand Central Terminal and you see what they do with high-end retail and the food court, and it's not just about transportation. And you know, the first time I was through there a few years ago, I looked at the restaurants. You know, we went to eat in Grand Central Terminal in their oyster bar. Somebody recommended, you know, I'm a big seafood lover, and I said to somebody, I want a really good seafood restaurant in New York City, and they said, well, you go to the Oyster Bar in Grand Central Terminal. I said, really, in the railroad station? And they said, you know, Mr. Ainsley, it's the best seafood you're going to get. And we went and ate in Grand Central Terminal, and it was crowded. It's crowded all the time. And, you know, when you compare it to Pearson Airport, that we put more people through Union Station than Pearson on its busiest day. And those people are going to keep coming, and they're not going to stop. And I think having a properly laid out plan like this with excellent private sector partners is going to continue to make Union Station the jewel that it is, and it's going to continue to be a jewel. And I want to thank everybody for all of their hard work on this, and I look forward to seeing it fully open in 2018. So we have the recommendations before us to vote on. I think we can do it as a package. All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. Sorry? Do you want to be noted as opposed? We have to do a recorded vote. All in favor of the recommendations? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Nunziata. Sorry? Okay, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Grimes. Opposed? Councillor Ford. That passes. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in, making your presentation as well. And our next item is number 8, Impact of Social Assistant Management System, known as SAMS, implementation in the City of Toronto, and is held by Councillor McConnell. Councillor McConnell, do you have questions of staff? SAMS. Questions of
Sorry,
staff?
I thought we were going to deal with a couple of the other ones. I guess, okay. So this was a very interesting report, by the way. And I wondered if you would outline to us both what the costs are in terms of people for the SAMs, in terms of what you figured out, and how much it's costing us every year to implement the provincial management system.
Through the chair, this is our first year of SAMS, which we've just reached our 1-year anniversary. As part of the 2015 budgetary process, we requested 25 people at a cost of $1.75 million in incremental costs for SAMS. As part of the 2016 budgetary process, we have a preliminary ask for an additional 66 people at the cost of $5.5 million to be drawn from the OW reserve.
So, as I am 66 additional. So, as I'm understanding, am I correct? Is the 66 in addition to the 25?
It is.
That's right. So we are now up to 91 people in our department who are administratively being needed to implement the SAMS program. Is that right?
That's correct.
And those people, 91 of them, could have been redirected to give better service to our clients, to help with the test program, to employ people, or the youth program to employ people. Those people could, in terms of poverty reduction, could have been utilized for those needs for an additional $8 million. Is that right?
That is basically correct.
Right.
The 91 people that we're requesting are people required to get back to the baseline of where we were before we implemented this system. In order to implement this system, we deployed staff away from activities directly related to poverty reduction, such as a return to employment. As a result of this implementation, we had to redirect people away from those activities. Therefore, our job results have dropped, and the idea now is to return to that investment in people.
All right, so the 66 people that we would employ would allow us to get back to the pre-SAMS service to our clients. So that really is an enhancement to our clients, but it's an enhancement that was taken away and now we're restoring. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what has been what has the province said? So, I mean, to a certain degree, we're already using 91 people to do this work because we're backfilling 66 positions. So what's the province's response to paying for this additional administrative costs?
The province originally did provide incremental costs, which ended in March
Yeah.
of 2015. Since that time, their focus has been on stabilizing the SAM system and on improving to regain productivity, but they have made no commitments in relation to the incremental costs that we're experiencing right now. They do not expect to stabilize the system until well into 2016, and in the meantime, there are still costs to our clients, which we hope to regain.
So you outline the destabilization of this in terms of your clients, and I can certainly, from our perspective, from my office and from my own personal experience, I know that people are spending huge amounts of time both at the receiving nonprofit edge as well as the client edge, as well as presumably in your department. So in terms of the stabilization, could you please outline for us some of the workforce issues that came about as a result of the changing of this management system into SAMS?
Through the chair, certainly I can do that. First of all, there was a huge learning curve. This is a new system, totally different from the old system, and required a huge learning curve. So there were incremental costs in terms of training, but also in the learning curve of staff. So there was some stress involved with that and a lack of productivity. There have also been costs in terms of repetitive stress injuries. Our repetitive stress injuries are up about 1/3. So we've had additional costs trying to accommodate people in that regard, special equipment. So there has been lost time off, absenteeism, generalized stress. We have a workforce that's very, very committed to clients. So when they're not able to deliver on those commitments, they feel that acutely.
My last question is, have other cities or municipalities experienced similar sorts of things? I know we've got about 1/3 of all of the clients in Ontario, but what about the other 2/3? Are other cities also going after or feeling the effects of SAM in terms of their delivery of service?
Sorry, that's your last question,
Yes,
Councillor. You're
yes.
already over.
Through the chair, yes. Other municipalities have experienced the same impacts. OMSA has produced a report indicating that. Very recently, the Auditor General of Ontario also released a report that detailed these costs and concerns.
Councillor Davis?
Thank you. So just so that I really understand, it cost us, we had 25 additional temp staff last year, and what's being recommended in this budget is converting those 25 to permanent, and that costs an additional $875,000, plus 66 temporary positions, which is $5.5 million, in addition to the $1.75 million from last year. So in total, it's $8.125 million additional costs. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it's 1.75 million plus 5.5. The 0.75 represents the 50% cost share. So the total cost is 1.75 plus 5.5.
Okay, so that's 12, 6 is 7.25. Yes. Yeah, so they gave us a one-time amount of what, 2 point something?
They gave us $2.9 million one-time costs.
Okay, so we now have ongoing costs, base budget costs, additional because of the additional staffing and this temporary cost. Have we made a request to the provincial government for them to pay 100% of these additional costs?
We have had several requests to the province. In this report, we are recommending that we make a formal request to the minister and the province for this cost.
Okay, we are asking to recognize the impact. Does that mean pay? Oh, and provide the necessary funding to offset.
We could be more specific on, Councillor, correct?
I'm sure your letter will be
What we
much
meant
clearer.
was the actual payment, yes.
Okay, pay it all. Okay. Now, I was fascinated by the report as well, and not just the additional workers' compensation costs, because I know from the Occupational Health and Safety Coordinating Committee, we heard reports of this, but I was intrigued by the fact that there are still significant problems, and the Auditor General's report said that, the Provincial Auditor General said that there were still 771 serious defects and a backlog of 11,500 calls from the help desk. So this is a provincial number for the 11,500 calls, but this is as of July 2015. So it sounds like there are still, in fact, the Auditor General says, still very serious defects with this program. Are we anticipating that there will continue to be additional challenges going into 2017?
We are not anticipating that. We are hoping that in 2016, we'll be able to resolve these issues. First of all, to resolve the most serious defects and to regain our productivity once we get to a new baseline. So we have not projected any additional costs in 2017 or 2018.
But on an ongoing basis, this report says it takes 15 minutes to do something that used to take 2. There's some other function that takes 20 minutes that used to take 5 or something. So this system has permanent ongoing additional costs because of the data entry requirements of this system. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's correct, but we are asking for the 25 to be added to the base. So that is in recognition of some of those additional ongoing costs. The 66 are temporary, where we hope to regain our productivity.
But the 25 additional base permanent positions, we pay half of them.
That's correct.
Well, so we were paying the additional 50% cost sharing on 25 positions that were required because of the permanent and ongoing functions required with the provincial program.
That's correct.
So the taxpayers of, I'd never say that, the people of Toronto will be responsible for those. I mean, would it be fair to say there's another downloading here of additional costs on us because of this?
Yes, that would be correct.
Last question?
I did. So the Auditor General pointed out there were 2 big problems. One of them, the Big Bang approach to the way that this was introduced. And the Big Bang approach was they knew there were lots of problems. They knew that the training was done on systems that were not the systems that were actually introduced, that they were making changes right up to the bitter end of before they introduced it. The Big Bang approach, is that something you cautioned them against? Considering we do have 1/3 of the caseload of the city, of the province of Ontario?
Through the chair, they certainly were cautioned. I would also say that Toronto fared fairly well during the implementation period because of the fact that we were aware of these difficulties and were on high alert. We developed a comprehensive business continuity plan to ensure that we could continue to deliver the services. During that period of time, you may have noted that there were numerous media articles from other areas where the payments had actually quite collapsed.
I'm not
That was
questioning
not
that
the
we
case
had,
in
we had
Toronto.
workarounds and we
Counselor,
compensated.
You're over your 5, you're over 6.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. You did a good job despite what happened. I understand that.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Counselor Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who was responsible for developing the SAMS program?
Ultimately, the province of Ontario, it was developed by a software firm called Curum, which is now owned by IBM.
Whose idea was it to create the program?
The province of Ontario felt that the old system needed to be replaced. It had reached its normal lifespan, and so it was their idea. Curum was an off-the-shelf product, SAMS, and it was customized to some extent.
Has the city fallen short in service delivery or in any way slowed the implementation of this program?
Have we fallen, I'm sorry, we've fallen short in terms of implementing it?
Implementing the program?
Through the chair, I do feel that we have done a good job at implementing the program as it exists. We developed in-person training to make sure that our staff were very well prepared. And we fared fairly well during the implementation period. There was no disruption in payments. Where we have fallen short is in things like returning people to jobs, because we had to deploy people out of those activities.
Has the city done anything that would have caused these new costs, or are they just because of poor planning at the provincial government level?
Through the chair, we have not done anything to create these additional costs and our lack of productivity. It is the system.
So you believe that it's 100% the provincial government's responsibility?
That's correct.
That sort of answers my next question. Can we do anything to make sure that there are no further costs in the future, or to make sure that the province will be responsible for them?
We sit on a number of work groups, committees, oversight groups to try to return our productivity and make improvements. And I think we have a lot of expertise within the city to provide that expertise to the province to make these improvements.
Since the province pays the city to administer these programs, why do we need to make separate requests for them to fund these overruns that were caused by their mistakes?
The province has declined at this point to provide the additional funding. To avoid the lack of service to our clients, we are making a request to go to our OW reserve as part of the budgetary process. That reserve was set up in the case of unforeseen administrative costs.
I think you just answered my last question here. If the province refused to separate this request, is there any way to amend the administration fee so we can recover these costs in the future?
It is embedded currently in the legislative process, so I don't believe there is any way to amend the cost funding formula.
Is there any hope in your mind that we can, I guess, is there any, I want a sense, do you think we're going to have any luck dealing with the province and getting any funds?
I do think that Toronto has considerable influence. We represent 1/3 of the caseload for the province, and I do think this formal request hopefully will have some impact and influence.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, have we ever gone to the province asking for any money for this before?
I'm sorry?
Have we ever gone to the province, asked for any money for this before?
We did ask for funding previously, and we received $2.9 million previously for costs, which ended at the end of March 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Just on that last question, so the recommendation before us is that you want to formally request the province, right? So when you say formally request the province, so what's happened in between, not formally?
Previously,
I mean, informally. That you know what I mean?
yes, I do. Previously, the requests were made at a staff level, at a bureaucratic level. We are now asking for a request at the political level.
Okay, so this is just by a motion by the committee and council, will be more formal,
Yes.
and hopefully they'll listen. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other questions of staff? Seeing none, I just had one quick one. So based on the conversation that we've had here and the recommendations in the report, first of all, so the first recommendation says funding to offset the incremental costs of SAMs. So is it our hope that we're going to be reimbursed for what we spent previously?
For what we spent, what we
Ramping up.
expect to spend previously for the 25, and also what our request is for 2016.
Okay, and so then, I guess, so I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't put a figure in recommendation number 1. Why we
Because
wouldn't
we
say,
were-
to date, we've spent,
Well, because we're involved in the budgetary process, I could add a figure for what we spent in 2015 and was approved by council. For 2016, we're involved in the budgetary process. So that has not been approved yet.
okay, all right. But if we don't get it approved by city council, because this was mandated on us by the province, so we've got to ramp up for positions that we haven't been funded by the province. So if you don't get that funding, service falls, right?
Yes, we would not return our service levels to critical areas, in my view.
Right.
Because getting the best path out of poverty is a job, so that is absolutely critical work.
Right. So is it possible to amend this motion to say the money that we've had to spend in 2015 and are still waiting for from the province with an expended annual expenditure of X dollars?
Yes, we could make that amendment.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Or at least? Sorry? I'm good with that. Yeah,
Yes, we'll make that adjustment.
okay. I'm just thinking the money that we've spent and at,
The money that we've spent plus ongoing costs.
Can I
Mr. Rossini.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So at 1, Resolution 1 says, City Council requests the Government of Ontario to recognize the impact that SAMS has on municipalities by providing necessary funding to offset the incremental costs of SAMS.
Yep.
You could put in bracket, currently estimated for the City of Toronto at, put in, which I make it at, it's going to be gross, 7.25 million. So add the 7.25 million.
Yes.
Of SAMs for 2015 and 2016, estimated to be 7.25.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
That's-
Okay. Speakers? Well, guess I'll Councillor McConnell first, and then Councillor Davis. Councillor McConnell?
Well, thank you, and I want to thank staff for this very comprehensive report. I also want to be, sort of wring my hands in frustration. When Mike Harris downloaded this onto the city coffers, I think we all had a hue and cry and screamed and shouted, but I don't think we had any idea of the number of people that it would take to kind of continue this business. I think we also, when that happened, it didn't anticipate the staffing requirements. And so the amount of money that we pay is exorbitant. And we, for a long time, were able to recover some of that through the redistribution because we have more welfare cases in our city than in other cities, and that's because people come to our city and get unemployed and so on, and because of the attraction of the city itself as a large city. But as part of that, that plan, there was no plan for IT upgrades. There was no plan for additional staff resources. There were no plans for the fact that it would be all concentrated in one area. There was no plan for any of the additional pieces. And so, to me, this culminates in a mess from, one provincial government to the next provincial government, and a lack of understanding of what our city tax base is about. It's not about this. And yet now what we have had is we have had, as a result of this, an impact to our clients. Many of them got too much money or too little money. They were late in their payments. An impact to our city workers. We've now gone from 20, needing additional 25, now 66, just to get back to where we were. We have had extra WSIB claims. We've had impact to our staff, which has been stress, frustration, them not being able to give good answers to their clients, not being able to service their clients, and having angry people on the other side, as we can understand, and also to our accommodations, to our nonprofits, to our rentals. People have been paying their rent late. They haven't been able to be reliable in terms of what is going on. And so all of the work that we did about, the smart card and moving our money into getting employment has all been siphoned off as we try to deal with yet one more provincial IT nightmare. So we had e-health, we have this one, they're all the same. They're all about not being able to put new systems in and not being able to regulate them, and as Councillor Davis said, the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang theory nearly destroyed a quarter of the people of Toronto, because that's how many we have on welfare, and they were nearly destroyed as a result of this, destabilized, made further ill, because they couldn't reliably know that the money that they are given for income stability was coming at a stable period of time called the first of the month. And so I know that there's been heartbreak and stress over this, and it's caused lots more trouble than what we're seeing, the mental health issues, both for staff and for clients. And I think that the provincial governments, plural, should be taken to task. I think that this is outrageous, and I am hearing it from Ottawa, I'm hearing it from London, I'm hearing it from Kitchener. Everyone is having this kind of problem, except that, of course, it comes at the time in which our transfer payments from other jurisdictions to kind of offset these costs are also gone. So I must say I'm frustrated myself. But I was very pleased that the report really addressed all of those issues, was very plain, and I would like the report to accompany any letter that we send. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillor Davis?
Thank you. I'm very glad we've got the Toronto perspective on the SAMS, which I think should be called, SAMS is supposed to be Social Assistance Management System. I think it should be Social Assistance Mismanagement System, because this has been an absolute example of, it has been a nightmare for the people who are recipients of assistance and for our staff. I think Councillor McConnell did an excellent summary of all of the issues. I wanted to first, though, thank our staff because I just learned, when I turned around and asked one more question of our staff, there were two things they decided, the province, in terms of implementation. One of them was Big Bang, which was, we're going to just do it. We're not going to pilot it. We're going to ram it through and let all the pieces fall the way they may, and we'll fix it as we go, without considering the human costs. The second was a rollover period, which started at Remembrance Day last year, in which they simply shut the system down. And what our staff did, that I just learned, is they created another system to bridge in between because of the reality of providing, or the desire and need to provide, continue to provide service. Because if you are waiting to pay your rent, or you are hoping to feed your family, an error, and there were hundreds and thousands of errors that were made in the data transfer, in lots of the way the system worked, lack of training, and that we compensated for it. We compensated for it in staff time, staff health, staff well-being, and actual cost, money, real costs. We have not solved it yet. They have not solved it yet. And we're out 7.25 million this year. And I suspect with that number of outstanding, serious problems, deficiencies still remaining, 771 serious deficiencies remaining in this system, that we'll still be dealing with it by the time the next budget rolls around. So I think we need to send a strong message to the province. We're not going to make up for their errors. They should pay 100% for the cost of a poorly designed and poorly implemented system. It should not be the City of Toronto that compensates and the people of Toronto who compensate for their bungles here. This is not good public policy or public implementation. And you know, just every year there seems to be one more download on us. And I think every time this happens, we have to stand up and make it clear we're not prepared to accept it. Again, thank you for our staff, all of our staff from frontline up, who made it work under very difficult circumstances and still are, to ensure that we provide the service excellence that we are known and respected for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Other speakers? Councillor Fletcher, you were waving your hand at me for a moment.
I was waving it. I just can't resist, Mr. Chair.
I'll let you speak, but you have to say something that Councillor McConnell and Councillor Davis haven't said already.
I will. I'm just going to go to page 9 and draw your attention to table 1 and look at the pre-SAMs and the work effort with SAMs and why these 91 people are required. In entering the client monthly income from 4 clicks to complete 4 data fields, 22 clicks for 8 data fields. Recording child and spousal moving from 20 clicks to 47. Documenting service planning for a single person from 2 to 3 minutes to 15 minutes. And this is called an upgraded piece of software. It's actually quite shocking. I know when they cited the TTC yards in the East End, one of the criteria was deadhead time. And that was, you can't have that, where you can't have an operator driving a streetcar for X number of minutes with nobody in it. And so those types of economic and cost-driving factors are always added in when we're developing new things in the city. And I think what we really are seeing is if you don't have service delivery in the development of the software that delivers the service in some significant way, then you have people sitting in an office, you have a consultant hired, it's being run by the ministry, and it's absolutely every time a big bad impact on everybody, and it's a very poor way to cost out what you're going to do. I don't think the RFP said take the entering of client monthly income from 4 clicks to 22 clicks. Take the documenting mandatory service for a single person from 2 minutes to 15 minutes. What RFP would say that? How did this get delivered in this way? And where is the shame in this? I mean, people should be very ashamed at Queen's Park that they've done this, including done this to so many people. So if there's a fight to have here, it's a fight to recover these dollars, because never, ever, ever, Mr. Deputy City Manager, under your watch or that of your IT staff, would anything ever get developed in the City of Toronto that went from 2 minutes to accomplish something to 15 minutes to accomplish something. Somebody would just be, I'm sorry to say this, but you would probably be looking for another job at that point, because that would not be tolerated. And yet the wheels just keep on grinding up the street. So we have a very efficient way we do things. We have a very high standard in service delivery. We start with cost effectiveness and we end with cost effectiveness, and we deliver things well. Unlike this program that has been unleashed on cities and people who can least afford it in the province of Ontario.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Other speakers? Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I asked this question is because I was waiting for Pam McConnell to follow my track. Sorry, Councillor McConnell. Deputy Mayor McConnell. Sorry, that's what it is. Sorry. You can't blame people's, no matter what they did 15 years ago, for the problems we have today. It's laughable. You can say Mike Harris all you want. He hasn't been around for 15 years. And you look at the last provincial election, last time I checked, that Wynne government had a huge majority. Like, where were all these people jumping up and down and saying, you know, some of these people probably voted for him that weren't getting their needed subsidy or allowance, whatever you want to call it, that they survive on. Where were they? So saying Mike Harris wasn't around. You can't start passing the buck to the provincial government, no matter who's in power. The NDP absolutely ruined this province, and Mike Harris saved it, and now the Liberals are ruining it again. Sorry for the Liberals. I forgot to. No. But seriously, okay. So we're going to ask the Liberals for this. I hope they listen. I don't think they're going to listen. They just got a majority government. Who do they have to listen to? According to them, they're on the right path. So I think we're going to have to wait to the next provincial election to try to even get any reaction from them. Even if we get an answer, I'll be surprised. So, but please don't bring up people's names when they haven't even been around for 15 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. I have a motion that I'm going to move. Recommendation number 1 of the staff report be amended by adding the words for 2015 and 2016 currently estimated at $7.25 million annually, so that it now reads. Sure.
Just move the outside bracket to current.
They're not getting.
Adding the words for 2015 and 16,
Right.
and then put estimated, like in there. Currently estimated, put it at currently estimated.
That's covered.
It's only amounts, it's not staff. Don't you want to include the 91 additional staff?
Because it could be more staff once we go through the budget. We haven't set the budget yet. That's why I said estimated. That's okay.
I'm sorry, I just thought that the point was it took almost another month. Is there a bigger happy?
No. And I can't repeat what my colleagues have just said. Okay. Okay. Can we take this all as a package? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And we are on item number 9. Acquisition of 592 and 598 Gerard Street East.
It's mine.
Questions of staff? Councillor McConnell, you held this?
Yes, I held it. I don't know whether the local councillor wishes to
Councillor
speak to it. I have
Fletcher,
a
do you have questions of
motion that
staff?
she has put forward, and I'm happy to deal with that motion, but
Thanks, I just would have had this earlier, but I worked with Planning and Parking Authority on this, so.
Okay.
shall I just
Councillor
read
moved
it?
it, that's fine.
Is there any other
Does anybody have questions of staff on this?
So I'll just read it into the record if I could.
Sure.
That in addition, the city council requests the parking authority in consultation with the general manager, economic development and culture, the chief planner, the executive director, the city planning, to undertake an economic development and planning analysis for East Chinatown for the TPA lots and the surrounding properties, which address future mixed commercial residential development, including affordable housing. And I think that with that, I'd move the report.
Okay. All right. Councillor Grimes, do you have questions? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Sorry? Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we are on item number 12, personalized .to web address, and we have one deputant, Mr. Miroslav Glavich. Happy New Year, Mr. Glavich. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Welcome to City Hall.
Apologize if my voice dies out. I've been on backlist all week. That's horrible. There's two kinds of... I'm going to get a bit technical. If any of you don't understand, just raise your hand and I'll try to explain. Except you. Okay, there's two kinds of domains, general domain and the country code, like .ca, like Toronto.ca, by which Toronto.ca / not backslash, council. The kicking me.
You'll find it eventually.
Okay, you'll get it. Like I said, .ca is for Canada, .fr is for France. Every country has their own. The general domains are .com, .net, .org, and all not that country related. .to, I mean, when the city of Toronto bought Toronto.ca, the money is going to Canada. When you buy a .fr France, the money goes to France. .to belongs to a little island in what's the Pacific Ocean called Tonga. None of you will ever hear of Tonga ever again in your lives after this. So when you get a .to domains are more expensive than in .cas. You can Google it. That'll be the only time. Tonga is not the most friendliest and democratic countries on this entire planet, just like Vladimir Putin in Russia. When you buy a .ru, you're supporting him. You could get a .ca. Councillor Ainsley said also in interviews of the city of Toronto to get something like New York City has .nyc. The problem if we get our own domain, the deposit is $185,000 to IANA or whatever it's called nowadays, the Internet Big Cheese, and the maintenance cost goes around $500,000 a year. Most of you should be having a heart attack if you want the city to pay $500,000 just for being pride. You can get as simple as each. You can get a .ca domain, which is much better. And if people want to have pride in the neighborhood, it should be that the people in the neighborhood putting the pride on the website. Great. A lot of BIAs across the city have their own neighborhood websites. And .to is supporting a very horrible government. Tonga is not the most, how could we say, LGBT-friendly country, and they execute when to gay men when they try to get married, just like you would do in Russia, Iran, and others, and you're supporting that kind of crap when you purchase a .to domain. .ca domain is Canadian, you're supporting, if you get a .ca domain, you're supporting Canadian jobs, Canadian people, Canadian companies. Please don't get a .to.
Members of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Glovich. Questions of staff on this? Sure. Councillor Ford, questions of staff?
Yeah, who would be responsible for administrating the .to registry?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's run by an international nonprofit organization that manages all the extensions.
Would it be limited to those companies that are physically located in Toronto, or simply those who do work in Toronto?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that question.
Would it be limited to companies that are physically located in Toronto, or just do work with Toronto? Do they have to be situated here, or can they be outside of here?
That would be something we'd have to research, but I think it would be open to anybody that wants to apply for that extension through an application process.
So they don't have to be physically located in Toronto?
I think those rules would need to be set, so
We don't know, we don't have an answer for that?
no.
All right.
Okay. Councillor Davis, questions of staff?
Yes, so there was correspondence from CIRA suggesting alternatives to .to and recommended .toronto. So I guess I just wanted to ask, is this something that you think in your initial analysis or your initial thinking on it, something we should be pursuing?
I haven't looked at it recently. This idea came forward to Invest Toronto about 4 years ago by the CEO in that day, asking the board and preparing a very rudimentary business plan that indicated a very large upfront investment to get this extension, and then that would be paid back by the future applicants. And the board at that time felt it was not an appropriate business venture for Invest Toronto to be involved in. But I don't think, and I'll turn it over now to the CIO as to whether he's looked at it independently.
Could I just follow supplementary to your answer that about Invest Toronto? So Invest Toronto is about incubating and inspiring and bringing new business to Toronto. So why did they think that was not appropriate for them?
The size of the financial investment made it a line of business that was very significant, and it was felt that getting into a business like that was not part of Invest Toronto's responsibilities.
Mandate, it's not their mandate. Is that right? Not their mandate?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, the idea of
But
having
from
a
an IT
.to idea to promote Toronto made some initial sense, but the size of the business investment did not at that time.
So it was $500,000, is that what the?
My memory of it was $1 million at that time.
$1 million. Okay, so it may be to Mr. Meikle on the IT side, is this something that you would recommend we pursue further? I just don't want, if we've already done some work clearly, or someone has done some work, so maybe it won't be a very onerous report, but there's no point in doing reports that you are going to you know right away you're going to recommend against. So I guess I want to understand if you think this is worth pursuing.
Through the chair, I wasn't part of the, I guess, the analysis that Invest Toronto did, but I'm sure there's obviously some learnings we can extract from that too. With any type of these types of requests, we would go through and, make sure we're being comprehensive in not only understanding the cost, but also the associated benefits. So we'd work with the general manager of economic and culture and our strategic communications and see if there's a business case for bringing that forward. At this point in time, I don't have that answer, so we would have to go through that exercise. As per the correspondence that was attached to this particular item, we've been in contact with this gentleman who has some experience, industry experience in this area, and he's offered to take us through a webinar and educate us and provide us some additional information. So that would all feed into our analysis that will then come forward in some form of a report so that this committee can make a decision accordingly.
So we have the capacity to do this without going and hiring consultants and,
That is correct.
okay, it can be done in-house. All right. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Davis?
I'll support the recommendations based on the information I just received. It's interesting and definitely has the potential to build a vibrant online identity for Toronto, and I think it's worth exploring.
Okay. Thank you. No other speakers? So I'm just going to speak briefly. One of the reasons that I brought this forward, I was visiting New York City last summer, and I know the history about Invest Toronto, and that we looked at having a Toronto-specific email address a few years ago. One of the things that kind of struck me differently when I was in New York City this past summer, as we traveled throughout the city, and they have their .nyc address, but they also used it on a neighborhood-specific basis. So whether we were in Brooklyn, Manhattan, the Bronx, we were at a street festival, they all had their own email address, website, with the .nyc at the end of it. And I thought it was a really great way to look at promoting neighborhood involvement. We have a diverse range of neighborhoods right across the city, so there's that opportunity. One of the other things that struck me as well this fall, I spoke with some staff in New York City, and that they said that in the first year of operation, selling these addresses through the city, they raised $600,000 in net revenue, and they were looking at an increase of $1 million annually in net revenue. So I think quite a bit of dynamics have changed a lot. The internet's changed a lot since Invest Toronto looked at this 4 to 5 years ago, which is why I brought it forward, and I'd like to have a more comprehensive look at this and see what we can do, both from a revenue perspective, but more importantly, if we can offset that to help promote our neighborhoods, whether it's TIFF, different neighborhoods, their street festivals, I think it's something that we should be looking at. Thank you. So, all in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? And that's carried. And we're on number 14, creation of a civic hall. Councillor Davis, you held us.
This again is another report request, courtesy of our very ingenious and chair. It's ambitious, once again, and it is, I think, a very comprehensive report. I'm wondering if you can just, maybe to Ms. Scioli, can you comment on what would be required to develop a report like this? Ms. Scioli, what would be involved? That was my problem, I'm sorry. In developing a report like this?
Sorry, Councillor, I was detained a little bit. If you could just repeat your question to me.
I just wanted you to comment on item 14.
Yes.
On the Civic Hall and reporting back on this. What would be involved in that?
Well, first of all, I'm going to have to sit down with some of the key stakeholders, meaning the IT, with Rob Miko as well, with Michael, and we're going to have that discussion. We have not had that as of yet, And we'll have a further discussion with also the chair of GMC too. We want to go through more detail with him on the requirements.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask you questions of what your thinking is on this, but, okay, well, let me just ask, though, I wanted to ask right now, do we have, and it came up in my thinking on the last report as well, there used to be a registry of neighborhood organizations that the clerk's office kept, and you could write and say, who the organizations that are given formal notice by the city for various consultations. And the last time I inquired about it, it was no longer being maintained. Do you know what is the status of our database of community organizations and who informs them?
Sorry, Councillor Davis. Actually, that doesn't have anything to do with this concept.
Yes, it talks about a civic hall and democratic decision-making and looking at new technologies to explore new ways
I can
of...
explain it more if you like.
But what it envisions that we're going to connect with communities in new, innovative ways. One of the things that we at least used to do was keep a registry of all, an update of all current organizations. And I know the clerk's office does this, or they used to do it. Do you know anything more about that? We could be doing at least that.
No, I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Do we know?
I would have to speak to clerks to your question around the registry. I do not know the answer to your question, and I can come back and have that discussion with you.
Okay, I think I will just move a motion. You may agree it's not in order, but, okay. Mr. Chair.
You're done? Any other questions of staff?
Yeah, I just have a,
Sure, Councillor Nunziata.
so, well, do you know what a civic hall is? Because I don't.
We will have, as I said earlier through the chair, I will have a further discussion. I mean, this is around innovation. It's about getting people together to, to look at innovation. I understand the concept. What we need to have a conversation on is with certain division heads to understand where we take this, and also with the chair of GMC who brought this forward. We have not done that as of yet.
Okay. Other questions of staff? Speakers? None? Sorry. Okay, so
I'll let him speak first.
okay, so the letter's here. I don't know, so there's a link actually in the letter in recommendation 1A. I don't know how many people have been to it. So the basis of this civic hall, and I came across this through last month. I was at the Mars Discovery Center, and they had a technicity conference, they called it, where they had a room full of people who are looking at startup businesses and how to use what's cloud data and create apps and businesses to help the city. And I was the only counselor in the room. I was clearly identified as the only counselor in the room. And throughout the day, it was a full-day conference. Throughout the day, I had a number of businesses or startups come to me and say that, they had a great idea for starting a business in the city of Toronto, for creating what's called an app, which use our open data, which is a whole different conversation, to help solve issues for the city of Toronto. One of the issues that they have when they try to create these startup businesses is that often the city sends out a request for proposal to solve a problem or an issue, and what the city issues for a request for proposal doesn't adequately address the startup business that they have. And I had two businesses that then said they went to the Office of Partnership and said, I got this great idea, this is what I want to do. And the Office of Partnership said, I can't help you, I can't find a partner. What you're doing doesn't exactly meet the needs of what we're trying to do in the city. And somebody pointed me to New York City, once again, where they have this civic hall. And it's sponsored, two of the main sponsors are Microsoft and Google. And so you have what are called hackathons. Toronto Public Library recently had one. You can have incubators where you bring people together and try and start up a business. What they did in New York City was they tried to bring the best of all worlds together. So this is an actual building on Fifth Avenue in New York City. It's got foundations involved, businesses, government, these tech people that are trying to start businesses to help the city, all in one room. They actually sell memberships on an annual basis at varying different levels. But the key is to use civic technology to try and make the city of New York City a better place. One of the examples that they had in the past year was the city's 311 system. They got a wage settlement for Latino workers in New York City. And one of the issues that New York City had was, how are they going to find all these Latino workers that they have to disperse $4.5 million to? And somebody pointed them to the Civic Hall and said, you know, this is what we're trying to do. We have the data. We can't find these people. They used the people in the Civic Hall, within 2 days, created an app. They were able to disperse this $4.5 million for the city of Toronto. So I would like to have a report back to look at the opportunity for doing something like this. I think we have a lot more work to do when it comes to using our open data and civic technology and people and businesses to create not a hackathon or an incubator space, but somewhere where people can come together on an impromptu basis and recreate this. I think it would be very good for the city. So I'm asking for a report back on the dynamics around doing something like this. Somebody said to me, you know, where you're going to go out and buy a building. We actually have a space right in the basement of City Hall where I'm sure all of you are familiar, your grade 5 classes come in, and you know, it's a pretty innocuous space. The walls are bare. There's huge tables in there. I think it would be even a great concept if we did something like that in that space. And, you know, even addressing kids about, you know, this is what goes on in civic government. This is what the City of Toronto is doing with entrepreneurs to move the City of Toronto forward in the 21st century. So that's the concept. This is why I brought it forward, and I'm hoping you will support it. Thank you. Councillor Grimes? Okay. Are there any questions of me?
I'm good.
Councillor Davis, did you have questions? I do. Okay.
Councillor Nunziata knows now.
All in favor, then we'll vote. All in favor, opposed, carried. And our last item, I did this all over the internet, and I went to a conference at Mars. Okay, sorry. And our last one, Departmental Efficiency Review System by Councillor Davis, held by Councillor Davis. Number 15. It's the one you didn't like the most.
The one I didn't like the most, the one I tweeted about the most?
Yes.
Oh.
No, they want that.
I guess I would just ask, I presume we have a program for reviewing, we've got efficiency studies, so that we had a report on at council just a couple of months ago. So I'm just wondering, do we need another round of new kind of efficiency studies? For staff, yeah. A new, what I
Chair
said,
just told me
let's
to
have
say
another
sure.
report on efficient government, efficiency in government.
I think every government, every organization, especially large organizations, has to have some kind of regular review of itself. And there's a number of models that can be used. And we are actually having that discussion at the senior leadership table in the city with the city manager and the DCMs. The shape and form that will take, we haven't quite decided. Right now, we've called it some business transformation. But we will be doing something, and we have to commit to something, because I think every organization has to continue, whether you call it continuous improvement or 3 E's, efficiency, economy, and effectiveness. We are working on what that next generation of things.
So if we referred this to you and asked for you to consider it as part of your
City manager.
studies underway currently, as you could report back in whatever form and time is appropriate?
Yes,
I would move that.
My understanding, that's what that does, refer to the city manager. That's the spot where it should be, because it's a corporate-wide initiative. So yes.
No, but it says, report back in May. It says, look specifically at the city stat approach and a shared work order management system.
So there, just on,
So
take those
I'm
separately.
just,
So there is a
I
shared
presume,
work
if I
order.
could ask one other question. So I presume you're looking at more than these three things.
Yes,
So
so.
why would we not refer this to you? These are three ideas that that you could consider along with many other things and report back whenever you're intending to report. Are you intending to report May 9th?
The resolution says May 9th. We weren't
you.
intending on reporting May 9th. We have a shared work order project. We could report back on that. My understanding is city stat was more like a dashboard kind of way of looking at, in a snapshot, on a regular basis, how's the city performing, benchmarking. And we're working on that as well. The larger issue, business transformation, continued efficiencies, and what that program would look like is something that we're having, very early discussions with the city manager and the DCMs on that. And there
So
wasn't
you
yet a
see these
timetable.
two things as different than that? That this is a benchmarking, number one is a benchmark?
That was my understanding of what city stat is, but, I'm no expert on what city stat.
Okay, because if you're already doing work on developing a system, efficiency system that maybe looks at a benchmark that has would have to have some kind of reporting out elements to it. I mean, we already get a benchmarking report annually like this. Why wouldn't we just ask you to consider this as part of the other work you're doing? Okay. So to speak? So I would refer the item to the CFO and city manager for consideration in the work currently underway on establishing an ongoing efficiency system for the city of Toronto. Is that accurate enough?
We got little ones. Way in. Oh, man, I don't know how you afford all that.
Did you call the question?
Mostly. I haven't read the contracts, but, yeah, you can go back, and if you're interested in talking